All right, y'all. Got the wordsmith in here early. Wazoo L7. Jam E Jam. Magnetic Wise and True Self. Uh, we I guess we wait for a few more people to come in. A few more. You still can't. You can't hear me. 1 2 1 2 testing testing 1 2 1 1 1 2. SW. Oh yeah, I was doing a little something over there. Uh, this is Jammy Jam. This is partially uh oh, we got the L brothers in here. The new and improved L brothers. Halftime, powerful. But yeah, this is a topic. It came up earlier, but it's also was partially inspired by you. The first topic in the title here, righteous versus the wrongdoers. Uh, in terms of, a couple of people have been discussing that, uh, different individuals that you're dealing with, that you're teaching. You know what I mean? That you're attempting to teach. You building with, you know, and this is another part of that concept that you gotta understand. You know what I'm saying? And that is that, you know, some people, the devil got to get them. You can't save everybody. There's people that the devil got to get them. Powerful said, righteousness is the act of doing what's right. I'll be infinite. All right, smell goods. And that's something that you got to understand. Is that we here to get the righteous. Like, even when you say, yo, how do you deal with equality with people that ain't dealing with equality with you? You know, those that deal with inequality, the devil got to get them. See, we discussed on here before that the savee has to cooperate with the saver. You could throw somebody a life vest, but if they don't grab it and put it on, then you can't save them. Clarity one. SW said, I learned a long time ago, if they want to live, give them life. If they want to die, let them die. Smell good said it's hard though. Yeah, but the fact is that's the only reality. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times, the only thing you're gonna do, You know what I'm saying? See, today is the bill month, the power day. Did anybody catch that? Did anyone catch that? Just all day long. See, you try to save the wrong person in the wrong circumstance, and you'll end up with an 8 in front of your 5. You understand what I'm saying? We from, you know, I don't know everybody's from, but a lot of us is from neighborhoods that's like that. That who you deal with equality with can cost you your life and freedom. Not even that you partaking in what they doing, but just off of dealing in equality with that person. Just, you know what I'm saying? Knowing them, being around them, stopping, talking to them, that could cost you your life and freedom, man. There's many situations, man. Like if a person is drowning and you go to save them and they fight you, both of y'all could go down. So some people, you got to understand that, look, the devil got to get them. And they have to serve penalties or rewards based upon what they did. See, because the devil got to come get you when you've made the hell for yourself. I'm not saying that the devil is not a bad devil, but I'm saying, you know, in a lot of these situations, the person has prepared hell for themselves, knocked on the door. All the devil did is open the door and let you in. So a lot of times that's what it is, and you might be overlooking. See, why you spending all that time trying to build with somebody that ain't trying to hear what you saying, right? There could have been 100 other people that's like, yo, man, you know, I wanted to deal with that, but I didn't know how to, go about it. I didn't, how you meet somebody that could tell me about that. Because you trying to, you spending too much time trying to teach the wrongdoers and trying to save the wrongdoers from what they've done wrong. Alkim Salam. Christopher Gooden just came in. Nah, you ain't gotta quit. But, you know, whatever is, and see, like I said too, you know, just like, you know, how far a person has strayed away from the root, meaning civilization, right? How far a person has strayed away, right, is how long it's going to take the word to get to them. Meaning when you manifest the word and the word is life, if the person is, how when you yell down the block at somebody and it takes them a second to turn around because the sound got to travel over to where they at. Sometimes That's what's happening. You know, just the same way it takes a period of time between the time that you eat and the time you got to take a shit, right? It takes time for the person to digest the things which you told them. But see, what's the hardest thing to save a person from? I'll wait. What's the hardest thing to save a person from? All right, now we have a lot of people that hit this right on the head. You know, uh, Jam Eat Jam said themselves, True Self said themselves, uh, Smell Good said chemicals. But those chemicals, they're taking that themselves still. You know what I'm saying? And those chemicals is, at the end of the day, releasing other chemicals that already exist inside you. You know what I'm saying? Outcome Salam says self-destruction. SWs said themselves. God Cypher Divine said themselves. Powerful said their illusions. Real hip hop, of course, he's in here. He says crack. Uh, but we know real hip hop. Gregory Burgard said their own ignorance. L7 said one's own ignorance. Mr. Green one came in 793rd, said themselves. Halftime said their own habits and rituals. And see, because habits and rituals is things that a lot of times people do subconsciously. They don't even know they have it. You understand what I mean? But that's the everybody hit that on the head. And at the end of the day, with a lot of things that we talking about, when we talking about grown people, because y'all talking about grown people, y'all ain't talking about kids. Ain't no kids giving y'all no hard time like that. Learning. The vast majority of people, you gotta save them from themselves. And like I said, if that person don't cooperate, whatever it is, if you tell a person, peace, what? What back? What gate? I locked the gate. You understand what I'm saying, though? But getting back to what I was saying is that, no matter what the situation is, it's going to take some cooperation from the savee. That's why God Love just came in. That's why it tells you what is the duty of the teacher, right? in the knowledge born degree, right? The degree, the part that Elijah answered, it tells you what is the duty of the teacher. But then in the Bible verses, it tells you what is the duty of the students. See, we first students, we first got to become and remain civilized. It, what are you doing banging that stuff, man? But that's our first duty as a student. You understand what I'm saying? Is to become and remain civilized. Then we got to start dealing with teaching. Halftime said, can't save a diabetic from a slice of cake. But I did get my pops to stop eating pig, though. You know, uh, that's the amount that he's cooperating. Universal truth. God's happy divine said they are easily led in the wrong direction and hard to lead them in the right. Indeed. But we also have to be aware of it. You understand what I mean? This is another way of avoiding judging, rather you casting your jewels to the swine. See, everybody is for the knowledge is for everybody, but everybody's not for the knowledge. See, I seen that, you know, this came up also, in reference to a lot of individuals, what I'm saying, that we've been seeing in news, especially in New York, where, you got people that individuals, brothers ask for, yo, how can we, save this person, what do we have to do to save these people, or the individuals that's doing this or that? And the answer is some of them have to go through that hell that they've created in order to come out right. Like, it's some things that's dudes is doing right now. Like, Scrans, you might as well went outside the prison with a bullhorn and just yelled and told them, "Let me in." Like, you could have just went and fill out an application like you was applying for an apartment and then skipped everything else and just went straight to jail. The only thing they doing is opening the door for you. And see, that's really, you know, justice is right. Someone serving a penalty, right, for their own deeds and actions and inactions, that's right. They're going to need to see that hell in order. Some of them, you know, they don't have full understanding yet. Because a lot of people we see doing a lot of things, they haven't really got to the point where they understand life. So that's why it's easy for them to take it. They haven't gotten to the point where they understand hard work. That's why it's easy for them to, damage people's property, destroy their things, or, take them, or whatever the case may be. Real hip hop said, I ain't trying to go back to jail. I didn't do nothing. You know, uh, you know, that's another aspect of reality. Just in terms, I'm talking about, I ain't gonna go into where you just almost made me change the topic there. But I'm talking about just in terms of when we go out there in the atmosphere, you know what I'm saying, and we see different people, that's at varying degrees of being civilized or uncivilized. You know what I'm saying? Or we just look at the condition in general of the community and we see what the issues is out there, right? We see what the issues is out there, and then, we like, okay, well, how could we fix the situation? So when you say, how could we fix the situation? The first thing that might come to mind is, how can I save all of the people that's in this predicament? The reality is you can't. And some of them, the devil got to come and get the wrongdoers. Like in the room, right? Does anybody know? Uh, does anybody know somebody that got locked up in the late '70s or the early '80s and didn't come home until the early 2000s? Does anybody in the room have a family member or some friends that uh, fit that description? Halftime says, speaking of that 19th degree, I've never bothered to ask which version of the Bible did Elijah use? King James. Magnetic Wise said, if a person thinks they already know, it's impossible to save them. I try to live the knowledge, but I teach by living the knowledge. Yeah, that is another individual. That person is second on the list. You know, uh, that person kind of fits into that category too. Think you know everything, so I can't save you. I can't tell you that. You think you know everything. All right. Now, see, 97 is that's not soon enough, especially for Newark SW. And this is the reason. Inconspicuous but awake. Inconspicuous but awake is new to the channel. Where you from? Inconspicuous but awake. Welcome to the channel. Calm is normally right now. 86, 87 to 2013. That's a good amount of time. You know what I'm saying? True Self said, I have a cousin who spent the later parts of the early '90s and is a free man at this juncture. Now, there's a specific thing though, and I guess because what I'm about to say, this epidemic arrived in different places at different times, so maybe the dates may vary a little bit. But this is the key thing, at least in terms of the East Coast. You know what I'm saying, in New York, is that if they went to jail in the late '70s or the early '80s, right? They missed the crack era. I got a cousin and a brother and quite a few guys that I know, right? That missed the entire crack era. And across the board, they all say, yo, that was the best thing that happened. That was the best thing that happened. Like, yo, I'm glad I was locked up during that time. You know what I'm saying? I said, they across the board, everybody I know that caught, 20 plus in the late 70s or early 80s, they was like, yo, that's the most grateful thing. That was the best thing that could have happened, because all of them was, they was like, yo, yeah, I would have been right there. Like, if I wasn't taking it, then yeah, I would have been dealing with it. I would have ended up not only just doing the same amount of time, you know, but probably more. True Self said, "What's the link? Which link you talking about?" You know what I'm saying? So just saying that each of those people, right, that I'm naming, you know, uh, yeah, they did something. They wasn't political prisoners. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't, it wasn't like they was down with Martin Luther King. You know what I'm saying? And they got locked up for giving speeches. No, they did something. They created that hell for themselves. You see what I'm saying? But by dealing with that, now they came out right. Inconspicuous said he dwells in power of law. That's peace. We all right. Sincere the Great on IG. Yeah, I seen that. Universal Truth says saving by informing, teaching the wrongdoers, and leaving it to them to straighten up or deal with the consequences brought on by their actions. Indeed. All right. Supreme Justice came in. Universal Truth said, when I see something wrong in the atmosphere, I draw up actions and apply them. It doesn't take much to make a difference. The key is to avoid expectations of others. You know, uh, Magnetic Wise said he was using drugs and the culture changed him. Yeah, but even with that, is that's still certain hells that you got to face, in order to overcome that. You know what I'm saying? In terms of just beating the thing itself, you know what I'm saying? The withdrawal and all of that, but also whatever is the mental voids, right? The mental and emotional voids that cause you to, want to do that. You got to face all that hell in order to come out right. So that's what I'm saying, is that sometimes, you saving a person from, what you perceive as a penalty, but in reality, that's the only way for them to come out right. See, there's some ciphers that the only way for you to master it is to leave it alone, and there's some ciphers that the only way for you to master it is for you to go through it. See, like, remember when? Well, I don't say remember, but has anybody heard about that part of the history when Allah told the brothers, "Look, if you did anything where you owe any kind of time, go turn yourself in." Cause see, you created that hell, and now you got to go through it in order for everything to be right. See, what good does it do for you to be, where you gonna be on the rooftops in the corners or wherever you're gonna be teaching, and then the police car rolls by and they pick you up. because they're gonna come and get you because you did something wrong. Kasib Shah. It's been a minute since we seen Kasib Shah. Yeah, the brother, what's the brother? Inconspicuous. Yeah, shout out to PA. Uh, what part are you? You down by Philly? You didn't get a chance to come check out. Which I don't know if you know how the quarantine is going on out there in Philly, man. But the guy, Dawood, you didn't get a chance to come out there. Half time said I heard about that, and and that how difficult that was. Yeah, you know when you first get the knowledge, you know what I'm saying, coming from a lot of the backgrounds that we come from. Yeah, these things sound crazy. You know what I'm saying? Uh, you know, even Allah said He want to see us in the UN and all these kinds of things. I'm like, man, I don't know if I don't want to believe you that he said that. That doesn't sound. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of these things, man, you got to come to the understanding. That uh, Allah is addressing us as we are, but what He's telling us is from a different perspective. See, Allah never he wasn't in and out of jail. He never did a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? Like he was a family guy. You know what I'm saying? Been in the military, so different things that the kind of background that I was coming from and the kind of way that I looked at life. You understand what I'm saying? When they was like, "Yo, Allah came and and um and stopped the riots." Like, why would you do something like that? Well, you know what I'm saying? I wasn't, So these things is all things that your understanding has to grow. You know, for some of those things to really kick in, you got to have children. You know what I'm saying? Things that I used to do when I was a kid. You know what I'm saying? The first day of school that I send my kids to school, it all of a sudden dawns on me. Yeah, that stuff wasn't right. You know, Now you thinking about, is this stuff going to happen to your children? All right. Southwest Philadelphia. God Sabi Divine said it's called holding yourself accountable for your actions. Supreme Just said, peace and blessings to our brother, the older guy, Almighty Dawood. That one hurt me. Built with him through sound from time to time. Gonna miss him. Yeah, yeah, Dawood. But I mean, did they have a service at all? If they did, they didn't. It didn't get in my radar, man. Because I would have went out there. But I know everything right now, dealing with the lockdowns and everything is because Umala, uh, I seen his son a few times. You know what I'm saying? And he was saying that they was gonna have something, but then when all the different, like, first they was gonna do it because they was lifting the virus lockdown, but then the rebellions kicked in. You know what I'm saying? So yes, Halftime said teenagers, young men with possibly a pocket full of lessons, yet one foot in the streets just turning themselves in. That's a hard sell. Yeah, well, uh, you know, uh, yeah, I mean, absolutely. It was always a hard sell. You know what I'm saying? As much as people talk about Allah right now, I'm talking about those that was with him, you know, and how much they carry on this and how much they carry on that. A lot of them ain't listen. A lot of them ain't listen, man. You know what I'm saying? Like if you were doing, some of these dudes, 20, 30, 40 years in jail, you ain't listen. It was nothing the law taught that would equal up to that. I mean, that's one thing off the rip. You ended up becoming an addict. You didn't listen. The kid, you might study your lessons and know 120 and all that. But saying you didn't listen, man, if certain things happen. If you was over here, you know what I'm saying, your babies don't really know you and then you didn't listen. So, yeah, they was always hard sells, and there was always people that they went the other way. Halftime said I'm pretty much a geek and I ain't turning myself in. I mean, you gotta realize something too, halftime. You got eras of time. You know what I'm saying? You got eras of time. And the fact is that uh we grew up in the midst of really the rise of crime in the black community. Not saying that there was no crime in the black community before, but I'm just talking about where, you know, the you could go in some neighborhoods and the vast majority of the brothers there have been to jail. Even if they didn't do a long bid, like they know what the inside of the bullpens look like. you know they've been in the courthouse for more than just a parking ticket. And so certain kind of ideas and certain kinds of mentalities, like we grew up, I don't know how old you are, but a lot of people, you grew up hearing, don't snitch and stuff on the radio. You grew up hearing 10 crack commandments and you know uh the various West Coast gangsters making records, Chicago gangsters making records, you know what I mean, and these kind of ideas became prevalent, you know what I'm saying, to where we have that kind of sensibility, you know in the 60s. All this stuff was just beginning, you know what I'm saying. The kind of the the second generation, right, was coming of age, or I ain't sure whether you would consider them second generation or first generation, but the people who migrated, whether they migrated to Chicago, whether they migrated to, you know, California, whether they migrated to New York, right? Their children was coming of age in the 60s. They was coming into, and uh the jobs was gone. The jobs that the parents moved to those places for was gone. And um, the post World War II strategy of building out the suburbs, you know what I'm saying, and things of that nature was in full effect. So the whole, the certain places, in the 50s was a whole different population. Like in the 50s, the Bronx was like 90% white. But by the 60s, things is changing in a lot of communities, you know what I'm saying? And the conditions and the mentality of the people started changing. You see what I'm saying? And that started to be reflected, you know what I'm saying, in our art and everything. When you go back to the, 60s, if you listen to music, it's mostly love music. It's mostly love music. The 50s, the early 60s is mostly love music. But then once you start to get on into the 60s, you start to get that rebellious music. You start to get, protesting about Vietnam. You know what I'm saying? You start to get people talking, what's going on. You get into the 70s and all of that. You know what I'm saying? Things starting to reflect a different reality that's out there. You see what I'm saying? And us growing up in that time and listening to all of this, we kind of have those sensibilities. Brilliant Elevation, yeah, the guy Almighty Dawood out in Philly. Return to the Essence. What's that been, about a week now? Universal Truth said, I read a story of a guy who was killed by police. Allah was quoted as saying, I told him to stop carrying that gun. Teaching doesn't mean those being taught will use what's given. Hmm. I haven't heard, I didn't hear that particular uh, story right there. Real Hip Hop said, any rebellions going on in New York? I mean, uh, the last thing that was kind of major, I guess, that was going on was they was camped out by City Hall. Uh, that got broken up like at the end of I think sometime last week. They ran the last of the people out of there. We didn't get to the level of the Chop district like out in Seattle, or what's going on with Portland right now. I think it's Portland is pretty much like pitch battle going on out there. I think Kentucky is still kind of lit, you know what I'm saying? But uh, voices are still being heard, but it's definitely not to the level it was. When was that? Like last month, you know, a month and a half ago, where it was serious. Mr. Greenwood said, I turned myself in before, had to be honest with myself and be accountable. You know, I turned myself in, but that was a situation uh, where, you know, uh, they came looking for me, you know what I'm saying? And I didn't want them coming back to that location. You know what I'm saying? That was when my babies was very, very young. You know what I'm saying? And you know, like I said, for everybody else, the vision is 2020 as to what could be the result of any police interaction whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? What could be the result of that is well known now. But I knew that then. what could be the result. So it was like, listen, I can't, have them rolling in like that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I turned myself in. Got the mathematician came in. We see the mathematician in a minute. Got the mathematician and the wordsmith. Musa Jake said, please God, don't be like me, run from 3 years of paper just to do 3, 4 years later. Just to do 3 years, 4 years later. Yeah. Those are the type of things. And then, when you in that condition, your mathematics can't be complete. See, because that's a sword above your head. Now you could argue about who placed it there, but the devil is the one that's holding it now. In order for you to be able to be free to make these different movements, you know, like listen, you know, you didn't listen and you out here doing that dirt, right? Guess who name is under that black line in the FBI files? Guess who name's under there? People that got caught doing shit that they wasn't supposed to be doing. And in order to get out of that, you decided to give information to the FBI on the about the 5%. See, that's what you become. That's what you become subject to. Well, yeah, now. God Savage Divine said if someone had some form of knowledge and still fell victim to his own devilishment, is that his own lack of understanding or the knowledge wasn't presented to him in a simple and practical way? No, it's just that, uh, you know, the person decided to walk the line about how they applied mathematics. How they apply whatever is the lesson that it was, you know, the person decided to walk the line about that. Real hip hop says since '85, the music and culture turned destructive in all major cities. You was born in '85, real hip hop? I would say more like 92. Like that's when the real, you know, like even what was considered gangster rap before 92, with the exception of maybe NWA, you know what I'm saying, wasn't on the level of what it is today. You know what I'm saying? And even with NWA, they was, if back then, in comparison to Rakim or Karis One or somebody like that, you know, Chuck D, uh, uh, NWA would be classified as an ignorant, But to me, if you put their music on today, they drop in high science in comparison to stuff that's out there right now. They was actually, they was illustrating the different conditions and, actually speaking on what was going on behind a lot of that mentality and a lot of the actions. You know what I'm saying? But I would really say probably around uh 93, when you really started getting, like 92, 93, when you really started getting to that, uh, you know, I, to me, when niggas said fuck peace on the record, that was when I think you could you could classify it as that. Right, 793rd saying crime raps weren't a thing on a major scale until the 90s when you're actually doing it, profiting, then getting away with it. Why rap about it? Sadiq said, I've never turned myself in. I always felt like I'm going to make the police do their jobs. I mean, that's another aspect of it. Like I said, if I wasn't in that particular situation where, you know, I felt like I had to protect, you know, uh, the family from really being exposed to that kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? I probably wouldn't have turned myself in that time either. It worked out though. Somehow that case got thrown out. I can't remember. It was like it was it was just one of them situations where and then that was another thing too. See, in that particular time, I didn't feel like I did anything really wrong. You know what I'm saying? It was like a little confrontation that occurred, you know, and I was in the right. You know what I'm saying? So, if I was in a different situation where, you know what I'm saying, I knew that I was dead to wrong, then I probably would have said, yeah, earn y'all gonna have to earn that 60,000. Yeah, y'all gonna have to earn that 60,000 this year. Luke Cage. Right. Remember Just Ice used to talk that gangster rap too. But yeah, even that's what I'm saying. That kind of gangster wasn't the same, you know, as now. You know what I'm saying? Uh and a lot of the gangster rap also back then, kind of the theme was don't be involved. You know what I'm saying? Like Coogee Rap is a good example where he's another person, you know what I'm saying, that is in the 80s and he was kicking gangster raps, but always at the end of his records, you know what I'm saying, he ended up in jail or shot up or something. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't the same, something definitely happened in the early 90s. Right, Musa Dick. I agree with in terms of NWA, they was out there, but remember there was other people. You had Schoolie D out in Philly, uh you know, Who do we just Ice, uh, uh, Coogee Rap, um, you had a little bit Tragedy Gaddafi. You know what I'm saying? The Intelligent Hoodlum. You had people. Even Rakim. I used to roll up, scissor, hold up. Ain't nothing funny. Stop smiling. You still don't nothing move but the money. You know what I'm saying? You definitely had things, but I'm saying like now, what I'm saying is the difference is to me that in '89 you had Easy E come out, right? But then what year did Humpty Hump come out? Like, see, now we at a point where a Bismarcky can't come off. Even a Rakim or a Big Daddy Kane, they can't really come off. You know what I'm saying? In the same way that a 6ix9ine is gonna come off. You know what I'm saying? The reality is, positive music never stopped being made. It just stopped being in the mainstream. You know what I'm saying? Also, I'm gonna tell you another thing you could tell about that time. Real hip hop shit I said since '85 because that was around the time gangbanging was. Yeah, but gangbanging wasn't everywhere. Like, in '85, you still talking about around the time Colors and that stuff was being made on the East Coast. We had no idea. I mean, there was people who had went to LA, but and of course, so they knew what time. But I'm saying in general, it was the type of thing where people were saying like, "Yo, out there, man, they'll kill you over wearing certain color clothes," and we couldn't figure out like what's so important about the color clothes that that somebody would kill somebody over that. That wasn't uh, you know, gang banging was full blown, but no gang bangers to my knowledge in '85 was making records, at least not that was coming out to New York and getting no play. Around '85, it was this other group named LA Dream Team. And they had made a video where they was robbing somebody's house, but they was all smiling and dancing. So we used to laugh at it. You know what I'm saying? And that's another thing that I always say, that you got a lot of people that always say, you know, dudes from New York is haters on the music from everywhere else, you know. But one thing I notice is whenever they talk about who's all the fly dudes from LA, they don't never bring up the LA Dream Team. So clearly they know that was trash too. See, the people who they use Uncle Snoop, yeah, we like Snoop too. But sometimes, you got to accept that we didn't like your music because it wasn't good. It wasn't because you was, from this place or you was from that place or that, your culture was adjusted to a different atmosphere. It was that the music wasn't good. Halftime says suburban preppy kids hadn't discovered hip hop yet, too. So as far as that era was concerned, so labels weren't making a ton of money getting kids to speak upon self destruction just yet. True. Right. In '85, hip hop was not on daytime radio. You're right. The first song that I recall uh, was Friends with Rakim and Jody Watley. Was the first time I recall hearing hip hop in the daytime. Besides me, who else might have been getting played in the daytime, but that was really on MTV. You might see Run DMC in the daytime on MTV. like, man, what the hell is this? I got to deal with the little drummer boy, Parumpa Pum Pum out here. Jammy Jam said I wasn't all deep into it, but it seemed like NWA in the beginnings of the East Coast West Coast beef was when it all started to fade. Nah, what a lot of it had to deal with was you started getting dudes like Jerry Heller and Jimmy Iovine. You started getting a different group of people who was hold on for a second. Gotta be practicing their drumming skills, man. But yeah, that was the kind of thing that happened. But I'm just saying that when NWA came out, you could still have groups like EPMD. EPMD wouldn't hit right now. You know, and they wasn't a soft group or nothing like that, but that, right now there's just a different uh there's a different value system. And DOC album in 88 or 89 was the first time I heard it was at least because I listen to DOC. I like DOC, but the first time I recall distinctively hearing it was Snoop Dogg. You know what I'm saying? And to me, he was the one that kind of uh made that gang life a mainstream thing. You know what I'm saying? You know, first of all, because you know, he's like a friendly gangster. You know what I'm saying? Like he has white friends, where white people could feel like, we're around the authentic, you know, kind of thing here, and it's all risky, but it's a sexy kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? It's not like, you know, going on, Crenshaw yourself. You know what I mean? It's not like walking through Watts. You know, Snoop put like a for shizzle my nizzle. He put a smiling face on it. You understand what I mean? Uh, Martha Stewart can feel safe walking around Snoop. I guarantee you, Martha Stewart would not walk down, whatever block the Crip set, the Long Beach or whatever. She wouldn't feel safe over there. You understand what I'm saying? And that's when that way of life got mainstream between, him and Tupac, where they kind of mainstream the gang life through them, and they mainstream the drug dealing life through Biggie. Wordsmith said, I read an article supposedly written by a music executive where they had a meeting about how they wanted to change the direction of hip hop towards gangster rap. Um, I mean, see, when gangster rap, right, drug rap, all of that hit the scene, right, at the same time when uh when a certain amount of money came into the game. You know what I'm saying? The corporate money, like those labels that people was on, like Sleeping Bag and Zakia, Cold Chillin', you know what I'm saying? Those wasn't the same as what, Jimmy Iovine and these dudes start coming in with Interscope and much bigger companies. You know what I'm saying? Uh and so just in general, and then also just something in terms of culture, right? Uh you know, you got places in New Jersey, right, that they culture is closer to California than it is to New York. Like other people around the country, they speak with a much more similar accent than people speak, with the amount of people that speak with a similar accent to New York. You know what I'm saying? So it appealed to more people. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna say it appealed to more people, but more people could identify with uh a lot of stuff that Snoop was bringing, and the people that continue to introduce that level of the game. And so Snoop made more money than Rakim, for himself and for the labels. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of it was the timing, that when Snoop and Biggie, Pac and them showed up on the scene, that was when you started seeing the rappers at the on MTV doing the summertime, the summer, what they call it, the spring break shows and all of that type of stuff. You understand what I'm saying? The mainstreaming of hip hop happened because, see, there's other people, like for instance Luke Skywalker. If Luke Skywalker was around in the late 90s when that strip culture really exploded, son, Luke would have cleaned up. I mean, he cleaned up in his time, but I'm just saying that the same with the amount of people that have been exposed to hip hop at the time when Luke was doing it wasn't as much as when you seen other people doing it. But if he brought his show to the table, you know what I'm saying, at a later time, imagine what he would have did. You know what I mean? So for some people, it was the timing. It's just like, look, with Michael Jackson and Prince and Madonna, they happened to come at a time, right, when soul music had died, you know, disco music had died, and R&B music pretty much at that time had died too. You know what I'm saying? You still had a few groups, but you know how many legendary people, in R&B came out in the late 70s or early 80s? Came out, not was still making records. So when they came with that new kind of pop appeal and everything, it was just the right timing. Halftime said when most consumer rap became pseudo gangster, it was also post Yo MTV raps, post Too Loud. Yeah, exactly. See, you saying what I'm saying. See, and that's what happened when they got rid of Yo MTV raps. They mainstream hip hop into into pop music. You see what I'm saying? Because, rock and roll was another music that had died. There's no more Beatles. There's no more Rolling Stones, all these different rock and roll groups. So they was looking for something to keep the lights on. And hip hop was the thing. All right, so this is a continuation of what Asiatic Mathematics was saying, that they started to change the direction of hip hop towards gangster rap because the same executives were private prison investors. Now I don't know about that. You know what I'm saying? It's possible. You know what I'm saying? But I do know that, and look, that still exists. We discussed that before, is that the fact of the matter is people respond to that negativity. You know what I'm saying? Like, see, when you look at any one of these, you may not like the new hip hop that they putting out. You know what I'm saying? But look, you can't get mad at them because they put out their record, and the people who say they fans, they react to it, they respond to it. But you know how many times you see people, yo, my favorite rapper is this person, my favorite rapper is that person. That person put out a record and you don't respond to it. Like, that's the bottom line. They could put out a movie right now about, black kids that's on the block and they grow up and they go to college together and they get good jobs. That's not going to make money like a gangster flick. Like, out of all of these web series, right? The different brothers that got uh they got little episodes that they put on YouTube or whatever, right? How many of them is about brothers going to college? See, the fact is, you know what I'm saying? Even when given an opportunity to do our own thing, a lot of times that's what we do still. See, the fact is, when you're dealing with hip hop, look, the executives can say whatever they want to say. The people that's writing those rhymes is us. And the people that's cashing the checks, the people that's enjoying the limelight for making that is us. See, like, for instance, you got people that listen to the radio and then all they do is complain about everything they play. See, I don't like the music on the radio. I don't listen to it. Sometimes that means, yeah, I haven't given a new artist a chance, but sometimes, I'm just not, like, right now, or, there's a lot of controversial stuff I've been seeing said about the Meg the Stallion. I never really knew that much about her. I knew she existed and everything, but I never really tried to listen to her music. None of that. But see, you can't, like I said, if that's what the people responding to, that's what they want to respond to. Musha D said Cool G Rap was definitely not Spice One. Spice One killed everybody on the whole entire album. You know, uh, I wasn't very much into Spice One. I recall that he existed, uh, and I remember he was big, but we wasn't ready for the West Coast stuff yet when Spice One was out. Used to listen to Spice One. Used to listen to Spice One. SW. See, that's what I'm saying. I wasn't listening to that kind of stuff. Oh man, I've been talking a lot again today, huh? We got to get into the second topic. Let me run through this, and then we're going to get into what is the second thing again? I can't even see it up there. I came ready for y'all today with topics, and y'all still sidetracking. What is? Oh yeah, predictions and hindsight. Yeah, we're going to get into predictions and hindsight. I'm uh I'm about to ask some questions and then wait. You said Treacherous 3 Heartbeat Rap was on BLS and Kiss in the morning? Yeah, I don't recall that. Video Music Box, you talking about, Calm Islamly? Yeah, the Video Music Box was that. Yeah, that was a legendary era right there. Chicago had the first 24-hour hip hop station in the world. What year was that? 85, you had Ice T. Yeah, but Ice T wasn't really kicking no gangster stuff like that in 85. Are you talking about the Ice T that was on Breaking? I don't remember him kicking nothing like that. Luke Cage said, if you notice, a lot of other places adapted the way New York made music as far as sampling. That's when we, including radio, accepted other music. I mean, I think they really just didn't have a chance. You know what I'm saying? Or I mean, they didn't have a choice. You know what I'm saying? Is their different kinds of music was dying out, and that was the only way for them to make money. You know what I'm saying? But uh, you know, the one of the main things, because see, just like we saying, it was MTV and Jerry Heller and all these different people like that made hip hop mainstream. Black radio, the BLS, Kiss, the R&B people never liked hip hop. They hated hip hop, and they probably still do. You know, there was places, that would come on the radio to advertise their parties, and that would be a part of the advertisement. Is that ain't gonna be no hip hop played. What you said? What's the matter? You Italian? Nah, I wouldn't say that. I think the Beastie Boys went a long way. I think the Beastie Boys went a long way in terms of introducing it to different people and, getting it to be mainstream. You know what I'm saying? They already knew, they already had the type of value system that the people who was doing MTV had, you know what I'm saying? And, they was affiliated with, Def Jam, who had, a lot of the best artists out at that time. So, that was another mix. Bro Hip Hop said Jerry Heller is from Cleveland. It figures. Sugar Hill Gang and Grandmaster Flash was played in the daytime on BLS or LIB. I don't know about LIB back then. BLS. Um, mm, you might have heard the macaroni soggy, the peas no good, and the chicken tastes like wood. What was that? Rapper's Delight. You might have heard that in the daytime, but y'all exaggerating, son. It was it wasn't no hip hop. It maybe I I don't recall that. Hip hop was on Friday and Saturday night. Yeah, man, you over there drumming that drum, man. Yeah, Ice T caught problems for making a song about killing cops. That was in the '90s. When y'all say morning play, what's morning play? Maybe I just never listened to the radio in the morning because I don't recall all this. You know, y'all running down a whole list. Y'all got a whole playlist of songs that came on in the morning on the radio, and I don't recall hearing that. God Savvy Devon said, "Isn't friendly gangster an oxymoron?" You know, you could say that, but what do you call somebody? You know what I'm saying? Who is officially a gang member? We're not talking about 6ix9ine. We talking about somebody who's he's an official gang member, but he has a show with Martha Stewart. What do you call that? Halftime said when Crip Walking became a museum exhibit, no fault of Snoop's. I mean, Snoop was he was the first person. There was people that was doing things like the dude WC. There was things that he was doing that was expressing Crip. You know what I'm saying? But Snoop was the first dude I remember that came in the mainstream, hip hop scene. Basically, I'm a motherfucking CRIP. You know what I'm saying? I don't recall that before that. Right? Jailhouse rap. But even jailhouse rap, those records, if you comparing them to, the stuff that's out now, SW said out in Newark, cats think they from Louisiana. They have an identity crisis. I'll be infinite said West Coast gangster rap killed the conscious rap movement. I mean, well, yeah, halftime is saying it definitely was more marketable. Uh, And as crazy as this may sound, you know, the gangster rap was less dangerous. Now, of course, you got to consider to whom, but the gangster rap was less dangerous than the conscious rap. Cameo, uh, yeah, when I'm not sure when Cameo first came out, but nah, Cameo is a little before '85 though. But nah, he just talking about Cameo being an R&B group that was around that they was pumping in the early '80s. You know, yeah, they was doing a thing, and they was one of the people that was holding it down. They was one of the people that was in terms of why it's still why R&B music was still around. Uh, Part of that was because of Cameo. Yeah, God MHD. Let me see God MHD for a minute. We're gonna get into that in a minute. Nah, I never really was Spice One. I couldn't tell you one Spice One song. I remember he had that video though where he was in a cemetery or something. MCA, he had a couple of joints that I was all right with, but I wasn't a huge MCA fan. Smell good said I made knowledge born through dealing my equality it born in culture and ciphers of old for right now for said person. Hmm. Will Smith says Spice One and his Power Cipher still doing gangster shoot 'em up raps. I mean, maybe he's still gangster. Who knows? Yeah. See, now banging on wax that definitely was but banging on wax wasn't really mainstream. Right, Universal Truth said Ice T was doing electro. I don't recall him doing electro. Which well maybe I don't really know what electro is. I thought he was doing rock and roll or something like that when I first seen him. So El Lowry said that in Chicago they had the station was 92.3. That I suppose this is the uh first 24-hour hip hop station. They were saying the DJ was Pink House. So they're saying first there was Rap Radio 950 AM in the early to mid 90s. Then it went off air. 92.3 came on. I mean, well, Raven Simone. Are y'all saying this is a hip hop station? See, that's not a hip hop station. Man, I don't remember no hip hop. But like I said, these shows that you talking about, I probably wasn't listening to them. Yeah, so man, yeah, we well against. Yeah, I admit, yeah, they had me detour into this whole hip hop conversation. But now we back right here to do. We're gonna do a little self analysis. We're gonna do a little self analysis uh, in the second part right here of what is it in this predictions in hindsight. I forgot the guy had asked me for the link a while back too. I got caught up. See that drumming make me but now we're gonna do with a little introspection. Listen, man, Raven Simone is not hip hop. Like this is one of the major problems. We could have another we could have another different conversation about that. But you know, once you started getting people like hip hop artist Beyonce, uh, it definitely was going downhill. And I participated in some of that. You know, uh, you know, in my era we had BBD. If that was definitely something that I look back on now as that we fell for the okey doke with that. Yeah, poison and all that. And if you think about it, they even said it on the record that it's hip hop. It was hip hop smoothed out with an R&B feel with a pop appeal. Nah, see, Universal Truth, you're still falling. You're still falling for the BS. There was no dope production. But what I want to deal with now though is, all the people that was predicting, you know, we all gonna, we all gonna wake up tomorrow, and the government is gonna be knocking at the door with a syringe full of immunization shots for us. All the, you know, this is fake news, people. All the, you know, this is really so they can institute martial law, people. Can we revisit some of that and y'all tell me, I mean, or is it that I'm not waiting long enough, but how do we feel about the predictions that we was making? How many of those predictions have proven themselves to be correct? Because I remember, throughout March and April and, even May, by May, but I remember I had the crying Jordan face up. We had crying Jordan up. Uh, we had crying Jordan up for like a whole month because of how many conversations we had of people saying that, they knew everything was all right. So Jam says he still thinks the vaccination thing is a strong possibility. Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else care to give us an update? Anyone else care to give us an update on what's going on with their predictions? Holographic said, I don't get that they will put a chip in you conspiracy theories because what info will they get that they don't already have through your smartphones? You know, that's another one. Where's the chips? Has anyone heard that Homeland Security has been stockpiling chips to put in us? Yeah, universal truth. Predictions in hindsight, meaning looking back on predictions now that time has passed. Yeah, that's the you gotta that's the science of the knowledge degree. Our history is based on what? A cipher, right? What's the circumference? So now that some time has passed, See, because see, you got to use this. You got to understand. Look, if you was right, now you know to double down on whatever studies and whatever patterns of thought and whatever mindset you was using to come to that conclusion. See, Calm Islam, he said, all I know is I still got to go to work in the morning. Yes, I mean, SW said, and months later, still don't know anything other than people are dying and they saying this disease is doing it. And I've been fried by 5G towers at least 3 times already. Still here though. Yeah, what happened to the 5G? You know, see some of these. Listen, this is what I'm saying. Y'all jogging my memory now, as to some of these other things. So yeah, so 5G was that was going to be the death of us a couple months ago. Does anyone have any updates now on 5G? What other ways has it affected society and health? Kasib Shah said accumulation of false so-called prophecies and conspiracy theories. Exactly. I'm glad you used that terminology right there, false prophecies. See, because this is what I'm talking about. This is, that's getting that phrase right there is perfect to get to the heart of what I'm saying. See, this is how you see if you a charlatan. This is how everybody else see it too. Universal Truth said, I doubt anyone can say their day-to-day lives have been changed by what they thought was going to happen. You know, but we had some very, uh, you know, adamant points of view. We had some very adamant points of view. So, like I said, can we now, that we a little bit more objective? See, for the people who may not have been 100% correct in their prediction, you see what I'm saying? You should have learned a lesson about doing the knowledge. The wordsmith says RFID chips are real, but it's not some sinister thing. They have people who have them to unlock doors and things like that. I wouldn't want one, but some people have them. Jam said this is encouraging me to go back and look at recorded history. Calm Islami said people going to be posting about 5G on their iPhone 12s. Uh-huh. What? The Hebrew Israelites was on YouTube talking about the moon is a satellite that gets pulled up by some large cable. Whoa. But anyone said, I get, maybe we got a new batch of people now. And this is not the same people uh, that was making all the different predictions about what was going to happen. Universal Truth said regarding the knowledge degree in the 1 to 40, when these conspiracies predictions come up, I'm going to ask that person if they would write their theories down in their Holy Quran or Bible. Yeah. You know, do you even recall what you said? Cause see, I've I've lived through so far uh three, possibly four, you could say, ends of the world. I think most of us on here have lived through uh those three ends of the world. Can anybody recall the three ends of the world that was predicted? At least in modern times, there's been a lot of people talking end of the world since the beginning. Right. Y2K was one of them. 2012, master student, right on. But 9/11 wasn't predicted. 793rd said, end of the world fear mongering is good biz for some people. No, 2012 wasn't predicted by the Mayans. 2012 was misinterpreted by the colored man. Bingo. Halftime got it. 1999. And I do recall when Busta Rhymes made that song saying there's only 5 years left. He was referring to 1999. Prince made a song too. Tonight we gonna party like it's 1999. Right now, El Lowry, Charles Taze Russell. Oh yeah, Jehovah Witness. Yeah, there was a guy before him that kept predicting. He was in the early 1800s, and I think the science of predicting the end of the world is like some people call it his name. But El Lowry said, "What about the atom bomb?" That was what I was saying was possibly the fourth, because there was supposed to the Cold War was supposed to result in nuclear annihilation sometime in the early 70s. Why is it? See, this is what Hassan is talking about, man. Why you always throwing Hassan Campbell under the bus? So that's what I'm saying. All these different predictions. Like, does anybody remember when AIDS first came out and they were saying that, like by 2000, you know, 90% of the people was gonna have uh AIDS or be HIV positive? Yeah, in the BC times, back before Corona. See all these, so that's why it's important. Look, you give your word is supposed to be life. You know, when knowledge goes to born and completes the cipher, whatever is born is supposed to be a manifestation of the original idea that motivated the cipher to go to born, or that motivated, the motion to become born. How many people remember, uh, what was supposed to be going on with the crack babies? How many people recall that? How did that one work out? Rakim predicted the new space race and teach the children. He said the corrupt will blow up the earth and live on the moon, and we don't have any spaceships, so we fall. Uh, I don't recall that song even. Which song was this? In 1992? Yeah, Jammy Jam. They used to come to the school, man, and teach us about uh, HIV and crack. Uh, they used to come and talk to us about it. I don't know what the program was or nothing, but it was just something that. But it was one of the things where it's like, with the HIV thing, it's a little bit different. But when they come in telling us about crack, it's like, dude, we know about crack, man. Trust me, we know more about crack than you know. Universal Truth said crack babies were a media misnomer. Now the super predators, uh, they was already out. When the crack babies was, they was like 2 or 3 years old. Yeah, the crack era was ridiculous. It was. That was like a walk on the wild side. Jamie Jam said crack baby wasn't the thing to be in school. Hmm. Brain Elevation said they had deer. We got Fly Phrase checking in from the Providence Plantations. Dare. I remember hearing about that, but I don't recall what it was. I was still in uh the Just Say No came out. Uh I was a little bit probably in high school already, but we was still with the Just Say No program. Uh what was that name? Nancy Reagan. Man, Nostradamus ain't make no predictions. Yeah, original C put right here, Just Say No, yeah. That's when so I don't know who those people was. What? It was an assignment to get fingerprinted by the police. Whoa. This that that's I don't think now they wouldn't allow that in New York. Braden Elevation said he just found his fingerprints from elementary school when he was home. They took people see that? Nah. My family wouldn't have went for that. No. They used to tell you not to mess with crack before video games. What kind of video game was that? Yeah, this is your brain on drugs commercial. I actually like that commercial. I always thought that commercial was dope. Any questions? Right, Scared Straight, 793rd. I remember seeing Scared Straight the first time. Uh, you know, it was it was it was funny to me the first time I saw it. Dare was the same era as what? The nuclear shelters people was building in their backyards. I mean, like I said, that was it was predicted. Like I think that was like some computer things. The first computers that they had, that's what they was doing a lot. They was doing war games and simulations of if you put this force versus that force and everything. And by the early 70s, there's an episode of the Twilight Zone where it's like 1972 and there's been nuclear war. Winners don't do drugs used to flash on the screen at arcades. What 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 games was these? I had stopped playing games by then. Oh yeah, Ron. Yeah, Ronald and Nancy. Yeah, that was always, which I really look at as George Bush. To me, if there was anybody bigger than Pablo, it was George Bush. They had a drug message at the end of GI Joe. I don't know what I was paying attention to in the '80s, man. I missed all this hip hop on the radio in the daytime. All these anti-drug messages. Yeah, Universal Truth. That's what I'm waiting on for. Anybody who is making the predictions to just say now how they think that prediction is coming along. Yeah, now who knows? But just in general speaking, generally speaking, you know, it's about whether your word is life. It's about, you know, okay, you told me that. Now look, if you told me that and it did happen, and I was skeptical about whether or not it was going to happen, guess what? You just won yourself, some uh some benefit without the doubt. You've earned yourself some benefit without the doubt when, I could say, yo, you know what? Nobody thought that was going to happen. Yo, such said that was going to happen. See, so now it may be something that with the naked eye, I can't detect it's going to happen, but nah, I think you got some expertise at that. So it works both ways. But I was just thinking that, an amount of time has passed. And now, you know, we all here. Y'all know where I'm going is, right? See, we all here to say whether you lied or not. See, we not the mystery God. We all here to see whether you lied or not. Kasib Shah says Dr. Boyd E. Graves touched base on the subject matter of HIV/AIDS being inoculated into African American communities in the late 1960s. Hmm. Uh, I'm not familiar with Dr. Boyd E. Graves. So he's saying it's been inoculated into black communities since the late 1960s in America. And how does that work out? Like, what is he like, wouldn't it have been more, mean, wouldn't it have had an even greater effect if that was the case? Original C said it brought up when the National Guard was going to hit the streets. Yeah, we seen some National Guard hit the streets. But what's the science with this Boyd E. Graves? I keep forgetting I'm on that. I could just Google stuff. Okay, so Boyd E. Graves has passed away. Shout out to Boyd E. Graves, 1952 to 2009. Boyd E. Graves is the lead plaintiff in the federal lawsuit for AIDS apology and reparations. He is also the director of AIDS concerns for the International Medical Research Foundation Common Cause, headquartered in Ontario, Canada. Hmm. Universal truths of predictions can be used for good. Just go to the stock market and predict away. That way you get more gold for your labor, which is more than you were making in your own cipher. And see, this is the flaw with all of these predictions. And see, sometimes, you can have two things that happen. See, one thing can happen, right? Is I could keep saying every day, it's gonna rain tomorrow. It's gonna rain tomorrow. It's gonna rain tomorrow. It's going. Yeah, eventually, it's gonna rain tomorrow. It's gonna rain the next day, and then I go, aha! I told you it was gonna rain. You know, you just sit there and make so many predictions that yeah, eventually, just by law of averages, one of them is gonna pan out. But if you really good at this predicting stuff, you know, why don't you never tell people, yo, you know what? Don't go over there. It's gonna be a fire. Like why you don't never that's the thing with Nostradamus. No one has ever said, yo, let's close down, let's close down the World Trade Center because we got this thing right here from Nostradamus and it looks like it's going to jump off tomorrow. Why it don't never happen like that? Why it's always after the thing happens, then you look back and you say, oh, well, yeah, Nostradamus predicted this right here. See, the pre part means before. Brilliant Elevation said, what is disguised as the polio vaccine? Uh, what do you mean? Just in terms of you saying this was like how the AIDS was inoculated into people? Yeah, but Kasib, what was the what was the evidence that he had for that? Like where was first cases, where did they pop up? And was it just done and then that's it, or was it something that was tracked, like the Tuskegee experiment? Uh, Add on. Yeah, that is a good question. How come a psychic never wins the lotto? Lots and lots of charlatanism. But I'm about to fix y'all wagon. I got we pretty deep in. So I'm gonna start wrapping this up now, because I know how y'all do. I know how y'all do. So I'm gonna go ahead and ask if there's any questions. You know, yeah, I know Brilliant Elevation is he's back. Listen, when we come back on Friday, Brilliant Elevation said it's going to rain tomorrow. So when we come back on Friday, someone remind me to ask Brilliant Elevation to come back and tell us whether he lied or not. Kasim Shah said the brother Boyd was called a whistleblower in the UN. So was he called whistleblower in a derogatory way, or are you saying that, because when you're saying you're a whistleblower, that would connotate that you're telling the truth. You know, kind of like the difference between a snitch and a liar. If what you're saying didn't really happen, you didn't snitch on me, you lied on me. Whoa, 793rd says Black still ain't got no power after the rain yesterday. Yeah, there was around the corner, it looked like a tornado touchdown. But here at the school, uh, we really didn't have, like, one or two things blew down, but it looks like we was in a totally different zone or something. Right, 793rd said rich marketeers online aren't paid off of the skill they're selling, born you truth more on their hustle of said product. Yeah, you know, you don't want to be a snake oil salesman with your prediction. Yeah, we pretty much ducked it. The wind blew hard. We had a little. The rain wasn't even. Baby, you had like an hour or two of rain. Then you just had like some gusts of wind, but in terms of, I wouldn't say it was no type of hurricane per se. You know, in some other places around the city, it was a lot of down trees. It downed some trees, but like in the garden, it didn't blow my stuff all around. The explosion in Beirut, I'm hearing, or what I read was that it was about some Russian dude was smuggling some fertilizer or something, and it got confiscated. And you know, through the laws of physics, uh, it exploded. But it is Beirut, so you know, I mean, it was just a heavy rain. You know what I'm saying? It was a rainstorm. We got some wind that's a little bit stronger than usual, but you know, you see what I'm saying? A drone was involved with the explosion in Beirut. I mean, like I said, it's Beirut. I understand that, and that was another thing that happened during my lifetime. You know what I'm saying? When they had the explosion over in Beirut with the military barracks. Somebody drove an explosive truck into there. We dealing with the Middle East and all the things of that nature. So, you know, it very well could be, but that's what I read so far in the news stories. Right now, halftime said, uh, "What does but or how does but fit into uh, the 13th degree?" You know, uh, but first of all, you know, you got see what makes rain, hail, snow, and earthquake, right? And but brings it. See, when you bring it, you bring it on yourself. Now, when you're looking at the degrees, right? The questions and the answers coming from the really from the whole beginning of the 1 and 40. You know what I'm saying? When you look at each one of those degrees, I mean, you got the measurements, you know what I'm saying, from 2 to 7, that's kind of just factual. But if you look at all the rest of those degrees in the 1 and 40, right, leading up to uh leading up to the 13th degree, right, they're all uh saying the black man is God. It's saying, you know what I'm saying, this mystery God that you've been learning about doesn't exist. There's only the black man. So now, right? Think about, you know, when you build with an 85%, or when the 5% first start uh building with you. Now, if you listen to mathematics, right? If you take the time to listen, there's no question that it makes sense to just the naked ear. You could have just ate a pork chop sandwich and still see the signs, right? In supreme mathematics and know it's right. Coming from that 85% mind state, though, there's always a but. But you saying you make the rain, hail, snow, earthquake, but you was born then. How could you be from the beginning of time? But it says this over here. And see, that's what's been going on for the trillions of years of searching for the mystery God. But this, you say you God, but you can't do that. And then when you look at the person who is doing the searching, the person who's asking the but, right? These is the people, right, who's fallen victim in all of the different lessons, right? It's the people that's saying but that's bringing the trials and tribulations upon themselves. That's bringing the wisdom down on their own heads. You know what I'm saying? That's bringing the thunder above their own heads. Luke K said, "Is but the lie." That is, see, that was something. I was there. That was something specifically that happened. You know what I'm saying? And but had to do with the lie. You know what I'm saying? And then that got said in front of, you know what I'm saying, quite a few people, and then the next thing it took off. But yeah, I was there when that lie uh was told. Halftime said as in excuses. Well, yeah, that's another, you know what I'm saying, when but comes in many different contexts. But see, let me give you a good example. See, because that but is the lie that came from Firstborn Prince, right? That I recall. That's how I first heard it, at least. You know what I'm saying? How about this one though? There is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his messenger. is Butt alive in that situation? And then like we went through the other day, you know, but we'll leave that out. We'll wait. Asiatic mathematics probably. Asiatic mathematics probably bring that up. Calm is lonely said, I've heard the phrase why is a question asked by the 85%. No, why is a question asked by everybody? People you know, why is a question, right? To determine for what reason, for which reason or reasons. I'll be infinite said the but is the doubt that is filled with either a lie or the truth, depends on who is feeling it. God Cypher Divine said when Elijah Muhammad said in the second degree in the 136, he came to the wilderness of North America by himself. His uncle was brought here 379 years ago. Then in the Nas degree in the 140, he says, me and my people. Well, first of all, Fard is the one that said he came to Wilderness, North America by himself, and his uncle was brought over here uh, 379 years ago. In the knowledge degree, Elijah is the one saying, "Me and my people." So that's I think that's just because you mixing up who's making a statement there. Asiatic mathematics said, "Did Allah change it from what to but?" I think so. We should ask, is where's real hip hop? Real hip hop, look in your lessons. You look in your lessons and see what the 13th degree in the 140 what the question says. All right, so yeah, Calm Islamly. Calm Islamly is making a prediction that real hip hop has what? But yeah, I do. I think that's one of the changes that was made. But yeah, rolling right along with the while real hip hop is checking that out, moving right along into shutting the show down. Yeah, and the 1 to 40, the 13th degree. What is the question? Does it say what or but? Right. Master student just brought up a point right here too. That in a degree it says, but they were not physically dead, only mentally dead. You know, a lot of these things that get prescribed, you know what I'm saying, to just the word but alone, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes but is used because there's levels to this. You know, see, when we say understanding mean to see things for what they really are and not what they appear to be, you know what that means? That sometimes, yeah, your naked eyes, your lying naked eyes is lying to you. No, no. In the question, real hip hop, does it say what or but? But yeah, getting back to what I was just saying is that, we see a lot of times when y'all put the periods or whatever, right? Yeah, it says what brings rain, hailstorm, earthquake. So yeah, that was another change. That was a change that was made indeed. What you said is a W, a separation. But getting back to what I was saying, when you put the periods, right, or you even say it like that, born the universal truth, you know, that yeah, you looking at it from one perspective, but you're not looking at the big picture, or maybe you leaving out some details. You know, that's what but means too. You know, one thing we dealing with the English language here, and kind of I don't know what the word is. If is the what would be the word Asiatic mathematics that we would use for the English language? It's like vague and ambiguous in some places. So you can have a word like but have a lot of meanings and a lot of context. You understand what I'm saying? Real hip hop said is my compass right and exact. Well, no, we just ask you because we know you got the supreme wisdom lessons. You know, see, you know, I was pretty sure that that was a change, but because I'm not familiar with the Muslim lessons, the changes that I know, there's some that's spoken on often. Like the skunk being taken out, I've been hearing that from day one. It's others that's not spoken on so often. So, I know the changes, but in order to be right and exact, being that you right there, we just ask you. See, that's sometimes when people mess up at too. You know, ask the question first before you just come in and run your mouth. 122 lessons. Um, well, it's just a matter of arithmetic. You know, uh, 10 plus 14 plus 36 plus 40 plus 13 plus 9 is 122. you know. But what you got to remember is that not everybody, when I said 13, this is for the actual facts, not everybody got 13. Some people got 11. But no, it's nothing clandestine about it. It's still 120. Uh, you know 120? Luke K says, so when you explain to someone what makes rain, hail, snow, and earthquake, and they continue to say, but this, but that, was that the reason for the change? Um, what you mean, historically or scientifically? Universal Truth said he got 15 actual facts. I have to say I haven't seen that yet. 15? So what's the 14th and 15th ones? Jam said, is the English language a bastard language? And why then would Supreme Alphabet be based on the English language? Yeah, English doesn't have, what they call a mother tongue. You know what I'm saying? And it has a tremendous amount of loan words. I think that's the name for it. Just words that you just take out of another language. You know what I'm saying? And you put into English, but it doesn't really have. Like if you see words that have an origin in like Old English or Middle English, that's like less than 1,000 years. You understand what I'm saying? As opposed to, uh, I'm not that familiar with linguistics. You got to talk to Asiatic mathematics about that. But as opposed to say like French, Italian, you know, they got Latin as the mother tongue for each of them. You understand what I mean? And the way the words relate is still based on that. You see what I mean? Whereas in English, you have words that, are not related that are spelled just the same. You got words that's not related that are pronounced just the same. That doesn't happen in other languages. Why would we base Supreme Alphabet? Uh, because that's the way we communicate here in the wilderness of North America. Real hip hop said he got the edited edition. Yeah, you got the edited edition, all right. The problem is the editor. And jam, you gotta study the lessons. Real hip hop said the 120 lessons is a concept based on seeing knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of self. The eyes can see at 120 degrees. What do you mean by that? The eyes can see at 120 degrees. 120 lessons is because it's 120 of them. Some of this stuff. We're gonna have a video on that. 14 is there 5,280 feet in 1 mile. 15 is there 63,360 inches in 1 mile. So what's your 11th degree universal truth? Well, see, historically, uh, the story that I got on that was that brothers was confused about why the question was kind of asked twice. You know what I mean? It appeared that the question was being asked twice. So Allah changed that one to but. Uh, but scientifically, you correct. All right, so you are approaching the 28th degree. Yeah, because you know. See, that's what's happening too. I'm running to a lot of people where look, I got a new answer for everyone. Some questions which I asked me, I got a new answer. Just keep studying the lessons. just like listen, I don't even just keep studying the lessons. You're gonna see it. So 793rd said the eyes can see 180 degrees. I'm not sure about these things. Okay, so universal truth. Uh, I've never seen these degrees separated. I'm not sure. I know the Muslims have actual facts that got more uh, than the 11 or 13 that we have. So I'm not sure if this is some version of those. Um, the 11th degree should say there are 1,760 yards in 1 mile, 5,280 feet equal 1 mile. Uh, the 63,360 inches is correct, but I've never seen that degree in our actual facts. So you saying that the visible range of your eyes is you could see 180 degrees. You saying that's what I'm getting from what you're saying right there. Nah, I see what you're saying. 793. You're saying that that's the visible range. Like you could see 180 degrees of the circumference around you. But yeah, universal truth. I've never seen that. I've never seen the 5,820 in its own degree, and I've never seen 63,360 in the actual facts. So halftime says it's 120, not 180. Guess we have a side rally forming. See, it's too late to get my Mean Gene on. I'm not going Mean Gene. You know, we had to schedule for tomorrow, and we could do Mean Gene, and y'all could bring y'all presentations about the 120 degrees, the 120 degrees, and the 180 degrees. Yeah, well, God Cyber Divine, you know, uh, you know, we're not owls, so you know, we can't see behind our head. Real hip hop said, "Where is this wisdom and light that is so needed? A, there's no more light to be given. It is incumbent upon each individual to find and search for what he or she does not have. For surely time is to come." Yeah, I'm in Medina. Well, as you said, I have the Arctic Ocean for the 13th degree. Oh, and you have, oh, yeah, at the 11. So 12, you got the Arctic Ocean. 13, you got the inches on the planet Earth. Yeah, that's what 12 and 13 should be. Universal said there's got to be more history around the different variations there are of 120, not to separate them, but to bring the changes into perspective. Nah, I don't understand. Uh, Different variations. What do you mean different variations? Like between the supreme wisdom and our lessons? Are you? Yeah, but you're not the one saying it's 120 degrees, God, Cypher Divine. Jason Rosario TV. Down with the What Did I Miss crew tonight. So Fly Praise from the Providence Plantations said his lessons got 63,360 equals 1 mile, but it's penned in on the side, not typed like someone wrote it in. Hmm. Your knowledge is on cap. You study your lessons, real hip hop. Oh, you mean did I mean, see, your knowledge is rooted in Medina. Now, see, if you talk about in terms of knowledge, I'm rooted in New York City. But yeah, that's just I've never seen that. 15 actual facts. See, like I said, 120 lessons is because it's 120 of them. That was something that to my knowledge, we started saying. The Muslims call it the supreme wisdom. No, 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 no. We not talking about no advocating. Again, we talking about arithmetic. 10 plus 36 is 46. Plus 14 is 60. Plus 40 is 100. Plus 11, right? Before the two, before the 12th and the 13th degree was added on, right? 11 plus 100 is 111, and nine solar facts make 120. This is listen, man. See, so, look, stop sometimes. Full stop. That's what 120 lessons means, man. Now it is, yeah, your cap is strong. You mean your head is hard? Real hip hop. Lord Hashim came in. The wordsmith said he's reading through the message to the black man again on the chapter titled "The Devil" right now. God MHD said they say 120 because two are repeated, the distance from the earth to the sun and the total square mileage. Yeah, that's what we get into. That's what we would get into. First, I'm trying to get people to understand the simple concept of 120. You know what I'm saying? And then after that, I will explain to him why some people say it's 122. But you gotta do it first things first. You see what I'm saying? See that? Look, see me. I did it when you know what I'm saying when I was you know studying. I counted them all up. See, a lot of y'all ain't been around long enough. It was a time where brothers used to say that. Certain brothers you might go around that ask you, "What's today's degree in the 1 to 20?" So now, of course, now it starts depending on did you get the 1 to 14 first or did you get the 1 to 36 first? So, for instance, right, if brothers say, "What is what is the 88th degree in the 1 to 20?" How many people have been asked what's the 88th degree in the 1 to 20? Well, when you say various versions, you know what I'm saying? Like, for instance, if everybody could get to the level of just understanding why it says 120 degrees. Okay, God Cyber Divine, forget about what everybody else told you. Do you understand why it says 120 degrees, first of all? See, because first you try to understand it from the foundation. This is the knowledge, right? This is the knowledge, God, right? Do you understand why we call it 120 degrees? I don't know what your book of life is called, real hip hop. I don't know what your book of life is called, but what's in there is the supreme wisdom. No, it wouldn't matter because the 88th degree is in the 140. So it don't matter if you got your 1 to 14 or your 1 to 36 first. It would matter if I asked you what was the 15th degree in the 1 to 40. But listen, I don't want to get caught up in that. I'm asking you a simple question, and then we can answer the rest of your question. Do you understand why it's called 120 degrees? Do you understand why it's called the 1 to 10? The student enrollment, do you understand why it's called the 1 to 10? Okay, listen, full stop, everyone in the room. Does everyone understand why the student enrollment is called the 1 to 10? Yeah, it's just simple. Because it got 10 lessons in it. 120 lessons is called 120 lessons for what reason, God Cipher Divine? God Cipher Divine, don't tell me what you understand and what you don't understand. What I asked you is, do you understand why it says 120 degrees? Because see, if you don't understand why we calling it 120, you will never understand the question you ask it. 120, it's not 120 questions and answers though. Remember, you got 6 statements in the 1 to 36, and then you got 20 facts. But it's 120 lessons, 120 degrees in the lessons. We all in agreement on that, right? There's 120 degrees in the lessons, and that's why we call it 120 lessons. Are we all on the same page right now? Okay. Now, some of what universal truth, if you still here, I don't know if this is the type of thing you talking about, right? But here's the deal. The facts that's in the actual facts, right? As well as in the solar facts, right? We use to show and prove the lessons. We use those to show and prove the lessons. Like when you say, for instance, you coming up on a wisdom build degree, right? So when you say it's 57,255,000 square miles of land, right? Sharice Cameron. Who is this? Oh yeah, this is he's in disguise. Uh he's in disguise. This is Allah will manifest over here, right? In order to show and prove the lessons, right? We use the facts. So in the lessons, right, where it says, I didn't ask you what you want. I'm speaking now. You know what I'm saying? So in the lessons, when it says, uh, there are 139,685,000 square miles of water, right? And we supposed to be showing and proving everything. Brothers from Medina, right? When they were showing and proving their lessons, they discovered that when you added up the Pacific and the Arctic and the Indian, that 390,000 square miles was missing. So then in their research, they discovered that the Arctic Ocean, right, which was not in the lessons, was the other 390,000 square miles. So they brought that to Allah and presented it to Allah. You understand what I mean? Say, yo, God, we did this math right here, and this ain't add up, but then we discovered this right here. So Allah sat down, did the math, right? And he said, you know something? Y'all right and exact. Put that in there. Then there was another brother who came, right? And going by the third degree in the 1 to 14, right? Where it says knowing every square inch of it, he came in and said, yeah, but it don't say where every square inch is. It don't say that in there. So in his calculations, he came up with 12,478,118,400,000 inches. And Allah told him to put that in there. But see, the brothers who first got their degrees, they wasn't aware even that happened. They never changed their lessons. So to them, you got 2 degrees that's not in their lessons. So that's why when you run into an older brother and you tell him 120, he's going to tell you, nah, I don't got that. Because they don't have the 390,000 or the square inches in their lessons. Now we come to where the brothers were saying, right, that in fact, 2 degrees within the 120 lessons is repeated. Right. Matter of fact, let me not leave that step out where SW just said. So that takes it, right, from the 120 to 122. Just the arithmetic calculations. I don't know what else you're talking about, but just dealing with arithmetic, that adds up to 122. But the 2 degrees that's repeated is the fifth degree in the 1 to 10, and the fourth degree in the 1 to 40, right? The 10th degree in the solar facts. No, the 10th degree in the actual facts, and the third degree in the solar facts. So in fact, it's still 120 degrees. But when you actually go to Brother's Book of Life, right, you're going to see, like I said, maybe this is some more of what Universal Truth is talking about. But when you go to different Brothers' Books of Life, you're going to see that some people got 11 actual facts. Some people got 11 actual facts, and then it say add-on facts. It don't say 12 and 13. It just say add-on facts. And then it got the Arctic Ocean in the inches. And then some people got 13 actual facts. So this is why you will hear some people say it's 122 degrees actually. And this is why you will hear older brothers say, no, that's not right and exact. Capiche? Yeah, universal now, yeah. Universal truth. Is that the type of thing you was talking about? Universal truth, about the history of how uh that now the history of that 15. Yeah, I'm you that's new to me. Where you got those from? Oh yeah, the calculation, the 12,478,118,400,000 is not right and exact. This 790 number that y'all got here, this is right and exact. Now see, look, that's another good example of something that, look, I still got 12,478,118,400,000 inches. I ain't changed mine. Now, if you got the knowledge after, that's like maybe 89, like 89, 90, 91. If you got your lessons from that time on, you got this 790, what is it, 790 quadrillion, 619 trillion. No, what is it? Yeah, quadrillion, trillion, billion. Yeah, you ain't got this written correctly. Yeah, Hashim said 91. If you got your lessons after that time, that's what you got. And a lot of people that's from my era. They changed theirs to the 790. I didn't change mine. You know what I'm saying? Now, when we go through what's right and exact, then yeah, I know that's what's right and exact. But that's one of them things. That's one of them things where just like if you got 13 actual facts, the older brothers know, okay, you got the knowledge after a certain time. You know, if you got 790, you got the knowledge after a certain time. That was actually that was actually a funny that's like a funny story, about how people try to justify the 12 trillion. It got kind of silly. People trying to show and prove that the 12 trillion was right and exact. Uh, that was some of the that was some high comedy for a couple years there. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's just a matter, universal truth. Uh, you know, uh, you gotta go around and speak to a lot of brothers. You know what I'm saying? I mean, unfortunately, right now, we living through. This is almost like I don't even know the word, man, but we losing, so many brothers, uh, that was there, for this history. I'm saying, to live it out. They was the people that lived it out. Right now I could tell you about them, you know, but the people that could tell you about themselves, man, they leaving this plane, you know, uh, at a rate that's too high for me right now, at least. You understand what I mean? I consider it's an alarming rate, man. You know, uh, but as many chances as you get, when you see the brothers, man, you know, ask about this stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? Just ask them in general. Questions, man. You know, we spoke on before. You know, this truth. Is not theirs to take to the grave with them. You know what I'm saying? That's the biggest establishment right there. If they take all that knowledge, wisdom, and understanding to the grave with them. So, you know, uh, now is definitely the time to be absorbing, all that wisdom, you know, uh, because when it's gone, man. Like there's people that, you know, it was like, yo, the next time I saw them, I was going to ask them one last thing. But then that last time ended up being the last time I saw them. You know what I mean? It's people, you know, uh, like Umala, you know, actually at the time I was a little bit tight with Umala, man. Like, yo, why you close the school, man, over this, because at the time, like, everybody that was listening to this, y'all seen me slowly even come to the realization of everything that was going on with the quarantine. I really, I thought this was, a couple people had a bad cold. You know, I remember with Dumar, Dumar YD, I saw the guy at the rally. I'm talking about we might have been like 15 feet apart. You know what I'm saying? And it was one of those things where I was in a conversation right here and he was in a conversation over there. So it's one, that's how the rally be. Like, yeah, I'm gonna get around, I'm gonna holler at the guy, but we both people that, yeah, we in the middle, we moving and shaking over here. You know what I'm saying? And dude, I know you 1,000 years. You know what I'm saying? Like, we doing what we doing. But it was one of them things. Like, yeah, I was gonna say peace to the guy, but then like, yo, when we completed those ciphers, he went one way. Whatever happened. But it was one of them things. Like, you got to think, this happened hundreds of times. Hundreds of times. You know what I mean? I've seen the guy at the rally, at the picnic, at the school, at this place, at that place. You understand what I mean? Sometimes we get a chance to talk for a long time. Sometimes we get real quick. Yo, God, I was just stepping through. I was going that way. You know what I'm saying? I got something to do. Yo, peace, God. Boom, boom. So it really wasn't that type of thing until they hit me and said, yo, yeah, the guy returned. You know, freedom, Papa Wu. He was sitting right there in the car. I was sitting right here. Just talking about, yo, you seen this person? You seen that person? Yo, what's going on with this? What's going on with that? Oh, yeah, no doubt. God, boo, 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 boo. Even in my family, there's stories that, what I'm saying, people told me, and then it's just a detail that I just thought of recently. A detail I just thought of recently. Well, yo, what about that? What happened with that? They going now. You see what I'm saying? So, uh, you know, pay attention to that type of signs right there. You know what I'm saying? And you know, understand that we making history right now, man. You know what I'm saying? We living it. You know, that's a lot of times. We just in the mix of the action. We living our life. That's something that I didn't really have a strong concept of all this time. You know what I'm saying? Or for a long time. And in my history of doing this, I didn't realize that certain things was history. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know brothers that know the time that they got the knowledge, man. They know the day, the month, the everything. At the time, I just got the knowledge. I wasn't really thinking that this day was going to be significant. When I really understood the significance of making history is when my kids started asking me, yo, how does, what I'm saying, what was the signs with that? The first thing, it was like, yo, we met all the other people in the family, and nobody else is talking this stuff that you talking. You know, how you got the knowledge, and and that was the first time I realized, like, whoa, you mean all that stuff that I was doing, that was actually making uh history, that was actually, the history that other people is going to look at. So, you walking amongst the historical people of our time. Universal Truth said, what you say here? I have been speaking to other guys in my tree, and while I don't hold variations in 120 the heart, I am curious about the changes. I want to ask brothers I don't know as well. I mean, it depends on the change. You know what I'm saying? You got some changes that is the result of uh you know and it's not disrespect, but you had some brothers that was illiterate. You had some brothers that, they couldn't read and write that well. You had some brothers with poor handwriting, in the days when the lessons was only written down, when there was no copies. You know what I'm saying? So you got brothers who, what I'm saying, they got in a situation where they were separated from their lessons. You know what I mean? Say they was, they got locked up or something, so they wrote it down, you know, and you got stuff as simple as that. And you got stuff that Allah said, not change that, son. So, you really gotta go change by change. What it says here, last time I was in New York, someone brought up Love Eternal, and I was like, I need to meet him. The day resonated with me, and I know how quickly those opportunities to meet others fade. Well, we have Love Eternal be in the room all the time. You know, uh, that's a brother that I grew up with. You know, um, Love Eternal is from your tree. Luke said, "Is that Dumont who held civilization classes a while back?" Indeed. Well, yeah. SW brought up a point. When you say a while ago, what's a while? Because Dumont returned. It's got to be what, like 6, 7 years now. Hieroglyphics on the how we get the hieroglyphics, Jam? The original man who is Allah versus the original people who is Allah. That is a significant difference, and I want to know why it doesn't change the understanding though. Um, MGT and GCC, Muslim Girl Training and General Civilization classes. Born Jamal. Where you from, Universal Truth? You don't know if Love Eternal is from your tree, but people in my tree know him. Where you from? Oh yeah, no, I was all right, you from California. Well, yeah, Love Eternal, he's been coming out there. You in LA? You go out there with Mel Corn and all of them, they be out there in LA. Yeah, I don't know the last time they've been out there, but you say your tree goes through Medina, through where? Through who? But that universal truth, that's a type of change right there. Uh, I know a little bit about that too, but that's not really for this forum. We had to get into that. Uh, we'll have to get into that someday when you make it out here. Through Universal Sham God, but I'm saying how it gets to Universal Sham God. Okay, Divine Our Master Allah, welcome to the channel. I'll be infinite, peace. Shout out to the God. Duck, God Cyber Divine said, what does a train operate on? A train moves on a track, correct? A track keeps you on a specific train of thought or foundation of how to move at home and abroad. Indeed. Yeah, because when you say you say you connected through Universal Sham God, I mean you pretty much you skipped over a lot of heads there. Pretty much you went back to the root because it would have to be. uh I mean, from Sham God, was it a BG? Sham God, a BG, and then a law, right? All right. So Divine, our master. So you took him out life for law that taught see I kill. You contact me with what information? Talking about life for law that was in the army. Yeah, that's the guy right there. Life, no question. All right, you was stationed with life in the military. You said I'm not in the name dropping, so I contact him. Say, I'm saying if you not in the name dropping, man, then you say Sham God. I mean, listen, you know, some of us was fortunate, in that way. You know, uh, it's a luck of the draw thing, though. You know what I'm saying? I know luck is a little bit of a funny word, but just yeah, some of us was fortunate enough to uh have time said the other life Allah was the first person in the nation I met. Who's the other life Allah? But yeah, some of us was fortunate enough, to be in the right time in the right place. You know what I'm saying? You know, to you know have walked with some people that made a name for themselves. I mean, but see, I know what you're saying. You got people that do that, but that's a different situation. You know what I'm saying? You know, some people they show up, with that. You know what I'm saying? You know, in another way, it's not just humbly bragging; it actually becomes separation. You know what I'm saying? When you try to put people under the impression that because you got the knowledge from certain people, that somehow, your wisdom and understanding is superior. You know what I'm saying? But see, I'm from a time where, look, we need to know who you are. Like all that shit you talking, nah, Holmes. I need a number I could call right now. I got look, we talk before cell phones. You got call the guy. Yeah, he said he know this, bro. Yeah, we need to put a call in. Yeah, we down here with the universal truth. Yeah, he said he know you. You know, there was a time when we did that. I still do it, really. But back then, do it right in front of your face. Okay, so you said the other life. He was at the school when I walked in. Shorter dude, glasses, kind of ordinary. Told me I hadn't been. It hadn't been long since he came home. What you talking about? And he got like a kind of gravelly voice. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Why you bringing him up? Yeah, cause he down here. He don't know his degrees. You know what I'm saying? You want to talk to him? Hey, dude, we ain't trying to hear that. You ain't trying to name drop. You ain't trying to name drop. We might have to step on your head. uh, um, but it sounds like you talking about when halftime. When was this that you met this life? La Illuminati. I think we might have to put La Illuminati down with the L brothers. Last summer, yeah, you talking about life. He left a few minutes, well, not a few minutes ago, a few hours ago now, but uh Yeah, I know life. That's why when you said life, it just came home. That's why I thought you was talking about. Yeah, yeah, I know life. Who, the L brothers? The L brothers is L7. Um, what's the other guy name? Um, man, let me see. Man, I can't go that far back. What's his brother's name? Oh yeah, Lowry. What's his name? I can't remember, but it's two brothers. They the new and improved L brothers, because it was the original L brothers, but then I don't know what happened to the other dude. Uh, what was his name? He had that name. Oh, La Sama. Was it La Sama or something? No, Simi Sama L. It was Simi Sama L, and then I think L Lowry was the original L brothers. But yeah, L Lowry and Simi Sama L. But Simi Sama L, we don't know what happened to him. You know what I'm saying? Uh, and then L7 started coming on. So then L7 and L Lowry, they the new and improved L brothers. Yeah, that's difficult to accept. I'm gonna tell you something. It's when people tell you, uh, oh yeah, L Sincere, right? But L Sincere, he's not one of the L brothers though. But yeah, we might put L Sincere in the L brothers too, right? But yeah, even when you a baby, it's uh it's it's difficult to accept sometimes, man, that you can't have steak. And you see that even with kids, sometimes they don't accept that. Look, now this is grown people food, man. It's just baby food over here. Um, you know, like I said, I recall, brothers I used to roll with every day, and they had certain lessons that they wouldn't let me see. You know, brother had tape with the father, man, he wouldn't let me hear it. That's why I go to his brother every day. Come to his house, we work out, study lessons, everything. You know what I'm saying? When we rolling all around the city together, whatever. Saying he would not let me hear the tape of Allah speaking, man. Then one day I come to the house and he like, yo, he already got it set up. He already got to certain points for me. Like, yo, hold on for a second, check this out. So he plays it, right? And then he playing it for like a couple of minutes. Then he cut it off. Yeah, that's enough right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you know what I mean? You might not understand everything that's on it. So that's difficult, to accept, uh, at every stage. Universal Truth says, so you got a whole new audience, the old audience with the other L brothers, the predictors and argumentative people in it. Yeah, we don't have I haven't um we had uh a couple of Muslims come in, try to convert me to the Sunnah. Uh we it's definitely some vets though. 793rd, SW, uh El Lowry, um who else is a gladiator? God Cypher Divine is a gladiator. Jam is a gladiator. Boy Jamal. Brilliant Elevation is a gladiator. Master Student. He's an early person. Alchem Salam been around for quite a minute. It's some gladiators in here. It's some gladiators that's been here with me from the beginning. But yeah, you're right. It's like a whole new people right now. Um, well, that's a law will manifest, but it says Sharice Cameron right there on his name. Yeah, Jan Sport Posse, Sincere Shakima. She don't want to come on no more because California has been exposed for their coronavirus cases. Luke K said, "Who's the brother you always putting in timeout?" You probably talking about a law will manifest. Yeah, Jansport Posse, Side Rally Smoke Squad. Yeah, Joe Self, man. I don't know what happened with Joe Self, man. The last I heard, he was getting ready to move. Damn, where was he getting ready to move? Because remember, he was in Vegas, and then he went to Long Beach. And you know who else? Joe Thornton. Joe Thornton was a one of the early people that Luke Cage been around a minute too. Luke Cage, maybe I was around maybe like a month and a half or something before Luke Cage found me. On Black Dots. I know Black Dot too from back in the time. Real Records. Come on, man. You know what happened to Real Records. All on the Business is a gladiator. Yeah, I already said SW. Yeah, I think radio, and I think wasn't Real Records radio? Yeah, Real Records. I remember for a minute I thought Real Hip Hop was Real Records. Oh, all right. Allah Israel. Yeah, I recall that. Yeah, Allah Israel. He been around too from the beginning. Unique from Medina. Uh which unique? Universal truth. I mean, that's something. That's another 5% tradition that we give our names. I mean, I know a couple of older guys named Unique from Medina, older than me. Any other description? What section of Medina? Smells Goods is a gladiator. Oh man, Five Borough Thorough. I seen her the other day, man. He came out to Augusta, Georgia, and he came out there for a while, and then he came back. Yeah, Calm Islamly been around a minute, not from the very very beginning, but Calm Islamly is he's a gladiator. Asiatic Mathematics is a gladiator too. Yep, New World Black Order. That's a mathematician, King Shah. He used to bounce back and forth. Um, he used to box. This Unique you talking about? He used to box. Yeah, Lord Hashim is a gladiator. Knowledge Born's a gladiator. Yeah, those are that's a lot of. But I mean, yeah, a lot of these are very 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 day one jump off. You know what I'm saying? Back when I used to have. Said he had a son that passed away recently. Supreme Man's a gladiator. He Kareem, D Christian, all gladiators. They won catch. And oh yeah, the original Mythbuster, Alfonso Brown, the original Mythbuster. Yeah, Five Frey's been around a minute too. Mr. Providence Plantations. He said he had a son that passed away recently. You talking about Allah Unique? Halftime. What does this say? One more random question. Yeah, go ahead. I'm about to. It's that time to call it a result. I told y'all I was gonna do that already. I told y'all I know how y'all do. Then I still got caught up. But yeah, everyone, while we waiting on halftime, I think uh Deron Thornton is talking about a lot unique. But yeah, I know a lot unique. That's my man, my brother. Um, while we waiting on the last question from halftime, start wrapping it up. Everybody that made it this far, Dolores Salah, good looking on the uh donation to the Cash App. Very much appreciated. Do I see the word God body as offensive? I wouldn't say if I take it offensively. It's one of them things where I hope you understand what you mean. It's slang. You know what I'm saying? And when you're using slang, you got to understand it for what it is. You know what I'm saying? And when you start dealing with slang, uh, words and phrases can lose or gain meaning. You know what I'm saying? And they could kind of adjust understanding. You know what I mean? Where you got a slang word, and then you start developing science to try to justify the slang word. You know what I mean? And so now you got all this science that's based on something but there's lots of slang. You know what I'm saying? Y equals self. I mean, I don't know why anybody would be uh offended. You know, I mean, maybe if you're saying in terms of look, I'm not just God body. You know, like remember Jesse the Body Ventura? He said, "No, I'm not Jesse the Body no more. I'm Jesse the Mind." Um, well, I mean, the entire language, was originated in New York. But yeah, that was it was a term originally when you saying the God body, it was like you saying a political body, a body of people, what I'm saying, that is coming together for one common cause under one idea. You understand what I'm saying? It wasn't meant to mean like what Asiatic mathematics is saying here with body parts. Yeah, a lot of Illuminati, yeah, it came out the institutions. Penal. did I say yeah. So yeah, everybody that made it this far, do the each one teach one. You know what I'm saying? If you're new to the channel, subscribe. If you want to be on the live streams, um, click notify. You know what I'm saying? Thanks to all the brothers, because there was some other brothers that supported the stream over the last week or so. You understand what I'm saying? Uh, you know, Appreciate all of y'all brothers. You know what I'm saying? Um, Slang term for a God in the nation. Now that's what it changed into when people start calling an individual, oh, that's the God body. What it really meant was brothers saying that, here in the penitentiary, we formed a body of brothers that's under one head. The head is when we all put our heads together. And then it developed into this slang, what you saying. But that's what I'm saying, how when you're using slang, if you're not careful, right, what you talking about can lose meaning. But at any rate, so we know tomorrow is Sunyez at uh 7 o'clock tomorrow. Um and I'll be back on Friday with the regular scheduled Hotep science that this channel has been built upon. So in the meantime and in between time, peace to the guys, peace to the earths. Um, all the uh, visitors that we have from all our nations, other nations out there, peace to y'all too. You know what I'm saying? And I'll be on a check-in for Friday. Peace.